Joshua and get to safety.
I'm not going without you.
I'm going to hold the enemy here while you make your escape.
Your Highness! Run! No!
Clive!
Joshua!
Revenge is a weapon. I sometimes wonder if I am controlling it, or if it's controlling me. No matter how bitter the truth that awaits me, I will press on. Good boy.
What do we do?
The usual. 13 years I've waited for this chance. I won't be dying today.
Come to me, Ifrit!
Итак, возвращаемся к прохождению. Получается, 7-я часть. Сюжет, основная кампания. К нам приехал дядюшка там. Вот. Поговорить с Байроном. Пойдем поговорим. В предыдущих сериях побочку я повыполнял. Немножко так в конце побегал. На расслабоне, скажем так. Давай сейчас посмотрим, что он нам скажет.
Ah, my dear nephew, how I've missed you.
How did you find this place, Uncle?
Through the good offices of young Sir Wade. He really is the most helpful fellow. As are you, I hear. The Guardians and those they freed tell the most outlandish tales of your heroics in Rosalith. Which is why I came, to learn the full truth of the matter. Sort the fact from the fiction, so to speak.
You were working with the Guardians of the Flame to evacuate the people of Rosalith to Port Isolde.
I was, aye.
Then I have questions for you. Please, come inside, Uncle.
Gladly. You there? There are 2,000 gold talents in those chests. See that they're added to my nephew's coffers, would you?
20 миллионов.
1,000?
Да. Он там все деньги привез, что ли?
And I'm afraid that
Жесть.
is all I know.
A fleet sailing south past Port Isolde. Most intriguing.
Forgive me for not being able to tell you more. I hadn't the faintest idea Coco withdrew wounded from Rosalith. Still less that my own nephew dealt the decisive blow.
What do you think, Vivian?
I think, with this news of the Dalmekian fleet and recent reports of the Royalists' movements, that the final piece of the puzzle has fallen into place. Come here and I'll show you.
Ну давай, рассказывай.
It is known that Kupka's forces entered Rosaria via its unguarded coast. So can the same be said of your visitors from Waloed? Certainly her Royal Navy is famed for the efficiency with which it bears her knights from one battlefield to the next. And in the Ein Herja, or Black Galleon, she boasts a vessel nigh as swift and every bit as feared as the kingdom's legendary cavalry. A fitting flagship for a land apart, her naval presence being crucial to her ambitions beyond Ash. Yes, it seems safe to assume that the Royalists did indeed enter Rosaria from the sea. So then, had you a vested interest in Titan's survival, whither would you take him? Why, home to Drake's Fang, a place rich enough in ether to conjure the magics needed to mend his hurts. But would that not entail an arduous voyage around the southern cape? Let us say that the Royalists did put ashore with a mind to spirit Kupka away from under your very nose. Could that truly have been their plan for him? To load him aboard one of the ships flying Republican colors sighted off the coast near Port Isolde. To spend weeks at sea, being tossed hither and yon by unforgiving waves, his life hanging in the balance. No. The journey would mean Titan's death, and Kupka's faithful creatures would not allow it. So what then was the plan of our Waluda friends? Reports suggest they made not for the coast, but for the desert. And by cutting through the Velcroy, a party traveling light would have Titan back in his bed days before a galley could lurch into port. To wit, it was the Royalists, not the Republicans, who effected Hugo Kupka's safe retreat. I would stake your life on it.
So it was the Waludas who spirited the wretch away. Now I think about it, there was something a little strange about the ships I saw. The men seemed almost crestfallen, as if in mourning, as if they believed, or were made to believe, that their master was dead.
You have a keen mind, Lord Rosfield. And you have your answer. To find Kupka, you have merely to follow the Royalist trail across the Velcroy. It may well have gone cold by now, but as they say in the Republic, all roads lead to Drake's Fang.
Allow me to accompany you part of the way. As luck would have it, I had intended to journey Canberward on business after visiting you here. The Fang would be but a short detour.
I'd be glad of the company. Give me a moment to make ready. I need to tell my friends what we've learned. And where we're going.
Very well, but be quick about it, my boy. Time waits for no man.
Otto, Kupka's at Drake's Fang. I'll be leaving before sunset.
You're not going in there alone, are you?
Don't worry. I'm not going there to destroy the Mother Crystal. All I'm after is Kupka's head. I won't risk any more than I have to. I promise.
The lands around the Fang are all Kupka's personal fiefdom. You have any trouble on the way, you ask for Rosina Dalamil. Some call her the Desert Hare.
Who is she?
An old associate of Sid's, and only Sid's. All I know is the name, and that they used to meet at the Dalamil Inn. We've heard nothing from her since he died. But I'm thinking maybe the new Sid might be able to bring her back into the fold.
Thanks. I'll keep that in mind.
So, what about your uncle? I mean, he's welcome to stay, but...
Don't look so worried. He'll be coming with me.
Thank fuck for that.
Gav, Otto, I'm leaving you two in charge.
You can count on us.
Так, ну что, мы можем выдвигаться, я так понимаю, уже.
All right, Uncle. I'm ready to depart. Shall we?
We shall. Come, let us away to adventure.
Новая локация, кстати говоря. В предыдущих локациях я, в принципе, даже в свободном таком формате побегал, поискал всякий лут. Квестов не нашел, в принципе.
I was a young man when last I walked this path. There's an old trading post not far from here. The road to Drake's Fang leads through it.
The trading post it is.
Пусть какие-нибудь песчаные живности сейчас нападать начнут. Ну скорпионы, ну конечно. Хотя, по-моему, они были и в предыдущих локациях. Кстати говоря, странно. Так, а у нас тут карта есть. Ну вот видно, наверное, тут что-то есть. Застава какая-нибудь. Мы сейчас будем проходить через руины. Скорее всего.
Our destination lies over that dune, beyond the ruins. Mark them well, Clive. It's all too easy to lose one's bearings in the sands.
Не хочу я ввязываться в драки, так пройдусь пока что.
Many years ago, when you were just a boy, you and I rode this way together, accompanying your father on a scout.
Блин, вдали анимация у животных, наверное, не знаю, кадров 10. То есть выглядит очень крипово. Поближе подходишь — ничего, но издалека это
You were
кошмар.
so eager to be there when your brother arrived that you whipped your chocobo too hard on the journey home and fell
О,
from the
кстати, караван идет.
I shall never forget how Elwyn fussed over you as you sat in the sand, bawling like a babe.
Вон, вдалеке там они. О, ну что это такое? Кадров 5-10, наверное, там. О, прикольное местечко здесь, кстати. В тенечке прячутся они. Так. Ну, подожди, а тут вообще есть смысл что-то искать? Потому что если есть, ну да... Да нет. Нет тут ничего.
There she is, the good old Dalamil Inn. Do you know, this heat has given me quite a thirst. Quick drink before we press on?
Кстати, блин, ну небольшой городок. Я думал, покрупнее немножко будет. Так, пункт назначения поблизости. О.
Look, there. Those are Ashen steeds. No doubt about it.
And such a long ride from Stone here. Our Waluda friends must be soothing their saddle sores in the inn. Shall we join them? Run along and play now, Torgal. Dogs aren't allowed inside.
Не собака, а волк. В предыдущем побочном. Ух ты, а я мог капюшон одевать раньше. А какого хрена же? В капюшоне пафоснее.
Good day to you. Eating?
Sorry about my pal. He only talks when his mouth's full. What do you recommend?
Well, if you're after something light, we do a fine chocobo soup with lentils and honey.
2 bowls of that, then. An ale.
Right you are.
Hey, girl!
Coming!
Your pal? Would you rather be my squire?
А вот и наш товарищ.
It is plain you are not yet well enough to travel. If you would only let me take you to someone who can better attend to your ills.
No, we must press on. Prince Theon has returned to his camp and will soon depart for the front. I must speak with him at all costs. Miss this chance and I may never get another. You do understand that?
Yes, Your Grace. But you must at least agree to take your medicine. I'll fetch you some water.
Keep watch, they tell us. But all I see is sand.
I hear they got our guest back to the Fang without any trouble. We'll be leaving soon enough.
Why the Lord Commander dragged us all this way just to save that blockhead Skim, we'll never know. Dominant or not, he's a bloody idiot.
That'll be Cooker, then.
Well, let's get this down us. We've a long way to go.
Hey, you!
Uncle?
Sorry.
Can you walk, Your Grace?
What's wrong?
I fear trouble may be brewing downstairs.
You two are travelers, are you not? Me and my companions are strangers here. Perhaps you'd be good enough to accompany us a while. Help us find our way.
Sorry, lads, but we've got business in camera that can't wait.
Ah, I'm sure you could spare us an hour or two.
Come on.
Friend.
Сейчас будет махач.
I'm afraid we don't have a moment to lose. Friend. Stay back, Uncle.
Gladly.
Дядя поест и попьет пока что.
Take it!
Try it.
Окровавленная шкура. С кого бы это интересно?
For your trouble. Word of advice, miss. That soup could do with a touch more salt.
Now's our chance. Your Grace?
I'm fine.
Удобненько тут ящики стоят.
Clive? What is it now?
It's nothing. Let's go. are you?
Well, we didn't know where to find Kupka before. We do now.
The Royalists said it themselves. Their guest is in the Fang. We should press on.
Так, погоди-ка.
Before any more of their friends turn up.
Я думал, куда нам идти?
They've
вот они,
closed the
ворота.
road. And it's the only way from here to the Fang. It would seem Lord Kupka is not accepting visitors at present.
We have to get through that gate.
Not by force, I trust. We've attracted quite enough unwanted attention already.
By guile, then. Perhaps the Desert Hare can offer us her aid.
Rosina Dalamil, woman of mystery. But how will we find her? We know naught of her but her name.
And that she was working with Sid. Sid's other collaborators have all been people of means, the wealthiest and most successful members of their communities. I'll wager this Rosina Dalamil is the same.
That would certainly help to narrow the search. We need only inquire as to who is in charge of the town.
And that's exactly what I mean to do.
Отлично. Так, и куда нам?
Looks like we won't be getting back to Drake's Fang anytime soon.
Well, it's not like we've got a reason to.
Crystal delivery's over. Get back to your homes.
But I didn't get one.
For Gilbert's sake.
Anything I can help you with, travelers? Allow me. My good man, we represent one of the oldest and greatest trading houses of Port Isolde. We're seeking to expand our business in the region and would very much like to make the acquaintance of Dalamil's leading entrepreneurs. If only we knew where to find them.
Well, we're best known for our baths, our markets, and our smithies. I suppose you could do worse than start your search at one of those.
Thank you. You've been most helpful. Oh, you wouldn't happen to know a lady by the name of Rosina Dalamil, would you?
No, I can't say I do.
Well, thank you all the same.
What do you want? Can't you see I'm busy?
I won't keep you long. I'm looking for someone. A woman by the name of Rosina Dalamil. Do you know her?
Never heard of her. Is that all?
One more question. If I wanted to find the richest trader in town, where would you recommend that I look?
Well, that's easy. The Briar's Kiss. Won't find a finer smithy this side of the strait. The owner's only a young sprig, but he's got all the right ideas.
The Briar's Kiss, you say? Thank you.
I doubt this young sprig is the person we're looking for. You said Sid's contact was likely to be an influential sort. Influence comes with age and experience, believe you me.
Опачки. Хорош. Слушай, а наверх может быть подняться?
Light it for Gilbert's sake.
Fucking men of the wrong.
А, да не. Точно не сюда.
Swinging lanterns, keep the darkness from your door. Silver platters, just like they eat off in coffee.
Look, Father, hot water. But where are the bearers who
Mummy, I want to play with the crystal.
How many times do I have to tell you? It's not a toy.
Слушай, поговорить с местными жителями. Может быть, надо вот сюда вовнутрь зайти, кстати говоря.
This town is truly blessed. The bustling markets, the healing waters, and all under the watchful eye of Lord Cook.
To soothe the aches and pains.
Your arms are like iron. Your muscles so hard.
Well, I'd be happy to show you, provided I can afford it.
Just look at the detail.
Looks like we won't be getting back to Drake's Fang anytime soon.
Well, it's not our...
Can I help you? Yes, I'm looking for a woman by the name of Rosina Dalamil. A long-standing pillar of your community, I believe, from old trading stock.
Then you should ask Ferda. He's been here for years. Knows the place and its people like the back of his hand. And he's in with all the old merchant families. Try the baths. That's where you'll usually find him.
Thank you kindly.
А вот и наводка. Хорош.
Well, it sounds like we have our man.
Perhaps. Let's go and find out exactly what this Ferda knows.
Sweet incense, wax candles.
Excuse me. Are you Ferda?
I am. Can I help you, travelers?
I hope so. You've lived here for some time, is that correct? Do you know Rosina Dalamil? We believe she may be a trader of some renown.
And what business do you have with the desert hare?
She was a close friend of mine. I was hoping she might be able to help me.
Very well. Go to the bordello. I'll arrange an introduction.
Do you think we can trust him?
Only as far as I think.
So you're the ones who've been sniffing around?
I beg your pardon?
Don't play the fool. Stick your nose in our business and you're likely to lose it.
Stay down!
Блин, какая же долгая вот эта вот статистика, конечно. И не пропустить самое главное никак этого. А, мы их просто поколотили слегка. Я думал, мы их убили.
Who are you working for? Him or her?
Him. The boss. He wanted us to test you.
Though one could hardly call that a test.
Lord Ferda?
Look what the cat dragged in.
Your skill with the blade is rare indeed, my lord. A fitting talent for an outlaw.
You know who I am. So what now? Call in the men of the Rock and collect the bounty?
That isn't my decision to make. Our work is done. Take him to meet his precious Rosina. She will be interested to make his acquaintance.
Yes, my lord. To the Lock of Leisure, then.
To the Lock of Leisure.
Так, ну погнали.
Lights and pots!
Needed to a silken
Take a sniff, good sir.
The finest fabric!
Is this the place?
Кузня.
Lubor's Forge. The Briar's Kiss.
Но, кстати говоря, я сколько раз осмотрел торговцев, в основном шляпа продается.
So it was the young sprig after all. So much for Rosina Delamil being a woman of experience. How wrong I was.
It was an easy mistake to make, Uncle. After all, it must have been years since Sid last saw her. Sorry, him. Whoever this Lubor truly is, he's clearly a man of means. I'd say he deserves our respect.
See that he gets it.
Вот уважьте. Ни хрена себе.
Lubor, Lord Furder told me to bring them to you.
My boys tell me you're in need of assistance. Sid the Second?
I won't waste your time. I need passage through the south gate.
Tell me, what do you think is a merchant's most important commodity? Why, trust. Everyone knows that. Without it, you have nothing. And nothing is exactly what you have. And so, for you, I, too, have nothing. I'm not in the business of helping every lost puppy that wanders in off the street. I'm a busy man, as you can see.
Let's leave this mummer to his farce.
By all means. Find someone else to help you on your way. Just be sure to tell them you're not the two travelers from the inn the guards are looking for. Don't want them jumping to conclusions, do we?
Why, you...
So, what do we need to do to earn your trust?
I like this one. Willing to do whatever it takes to get what he wants. Ha! Men like you have a special place in my heart. Why, you ask? Because they get me what I want. Always.
Fine. So what do you want?
Don't tell me you're going to listen to this swaggering scruff!
We might as well hear him out. It's only natural that an ally of Sid's would seek assurances of strangers. Assuming he is an ally, of course. 5 years ago, he would have still been a boy.
And yet even then I had more good sense than a man, 5 times my age? But enough of the pleasantries. We were speaking of what I want. I want you to put an end to the trouble in Dalamil. Return to me when you have done so, and you shall have my aid. Until then, I bid you good day.
What trouble? If you're going to give us orders, be clear about them, damn you!
Manners, Greybeard. One catches more damselflies with honey than with vinegar.
What did you call me?
My apologies.
A word of advice in recompense. Follow the crystals. Oh, but that was 3. Oh, I'm making this too easy for you.
Кристаллы. Что-то я там не помню никаких кристаллов. Ну, кроме кристалла перемещения.
Let us divide our forces, Clive. I'd rather not drag this parlor game on any longer than we need to.
All right. Good luck, Uncle.
Так. Ну, давай дадим приоритет этому заданию. Все равно это часть. А что так много-то? Так, погоди-ка.
Master Lubor has high expectations of you. Don't disappoint him.
А, это мы с ним говорили. Просто странно, кристаллы укажут путь, поговорите с горожанами. Причем она выводит меня наружу.
A deposit?
Она здесь. Ну, давай посмотрим. Ага, понял.
Do you have a moment?
Depends what for.
Just a question. Dalamil seems to be thriving compared to the other villages I came through on the way. Is there a reason for that?
Well, we're a stone's throw from Drake's Fang for one. The soldiers guarding the Mother Crystal and the shipments need a place to spend their hard-earned gil. The men of the Rock throw their money about like there's no tomorrow.
Is that so? Well, thank you. Don't let me keep you from your work any longer.
Так, у нас еще... Блин, если там метка стоит, значит все-таки кто-то есть там. Давай сходим налево. Посмотрим, может быть, где-то неподалеку здесь можно.
For more. You wouldn't believe how much he gave me. Well, what can I do for you, soldier? Need that sword polishing?
I'm not a soldier.
Ugh, then be off with you. I serve the men of the Rock and the men of the Rock only.
You have an agreement with them?
Don't be stupid. I just know which side my bread is buttered. Don't want to be stuck under some pauper when they come knocking, with pockets deeper than Zemeckis and an urge to empty them. No, just leave, will you? Before you scare them off.
Неплохо. Так, последняя метка. Хотя не пойму, как мы можем быть похожи на бедняков каких-то. Так, вот же твои.
Excuse me. Is it true there's been trouble with crystals of late?
You've heard, then?
I've heard rumors.
Damn thieves. Pilfering the crystals that were meant to fill our cups and light our stoves. Us common folk have hardly had a shard to share between us these last few moons. And it isn't as if we can buy them on the black market either. Whoever's taking them, they aren't sharing.
Кто-то все берет себе, не делится. В общем, кто-то либо...
I wonder if Uncle Byron's learned anything of use. He'll probably be back at the inn by now.
А где он? Найдите Байрона.
The most fragrant herbs and spices.
Значит, он все-таки там. Вот же.
It's you, the one who broke all our furniture. What do you want? Haven't you caused enough trouble already?
I'm looking for my pal. Have you seen him?
The gentleman who was with you? Yes, he's upstairs, but...
Блин, еще недовольная такая. Ей вообще-то он...
I'll go and fetch him.
Целый мешок золота отсыпал. Ну или что там, монетки, короче, какие-то. Целый кошель отдал. Она стоит, ворчит. Нормальная вообще. Так, куда нам идти-то? О, кажется, пришел.
Will this suffice as a deposit?
By the sands. That's a black pearl.
One of the many treasures in my collection that I would be only too happy to part with, should you give me reason to do so.
All right. I'm sure that we can come to an agreement, but not here.
What are you doing, Uncle?
Наверняка обворуют его.
Care to explain why you're giving gifts to Kupka's men?
Bait, my boy. One cannot catch one's prey without it. And I do believe I've snagged us quite the quarry. I started by asking around the markets as to where I might purchase crystals. I had no luck, of course. It's forbidden to trade in such things. But my uncharacteristic indiscretion just happened to attract the attention of those uniformed ruffians. They took me aside and said they could procure the crystallized sort if I proved I could pay for it.
So the pearl was your proof?
I thought they'd ask for more. A second-rate specimen like that would only fetch 500,000 or so. A small price to pay for admittance to the underworld. But enough about my little act of subterfuge. What did you discover?
That the supply of crystals has dried up of late. And some people seem to think they're being stolen. Meanwhile, members of Kupka's private guard have been spending money all over town. I'll wager those soldiers you've been talking to have been siphoning off crystals meant for elsewhere, and pocketing the profits.
I'll wager you're right.
We'll meet with them then, just as you arranged, and put an end to the trouble Lubor spoke of.
Ha! That preening popinjay thought this would be difficult. It just goes to show one should never underestimate a Rosfield. We'll soon wipe that smirk off his face. I arranged to meet with the soldiers in a secluded corner of the Velcroy, far from prying eyes.
Ох, ни хрена себе.
Place for a spot of double dealing.
I trust I can count on your support if things turn sour.
Полкилометра.
Of course.
What was all that crashing and banging about before?
I'll take it from here.
Ни хрена там кристаллов у них.
I was beginning to think you weren't coming, my lord. You've brought your contribution?
All the silver and stones I could scrape together at such short notice?
You brought the whole 500 talents.
That was the price we agreed upon, yes? If you've no objections, I'd like to see the crystal.
Of course. Right this way, my lord.
Not bad at all. You weren't lying about the clarity. But what of security? If I were to be stopped on the road, what guarantee have I that it wouldn't be seized as property of the Republic?
Because these crystals are no longer the property of the Republic. You're not buying from us. You're buying from them.
And we have no more jurisdiction here than you, my lord. But we have ships, and will gladly deliver to a port of your choosing, now that our price has been met.
Royalists, eh? What brings you here?
Why, to collect their share of Drake's Fang's blessing, of course. Our nations are allies, and so they are entitled to a portion of the Mother Crystal's bounty. And being such good friends, we elected to increase that portion and share the benefits. And now that these crystals are officially property of the Kingdom of Waloed, we are duty-bound not to interfere, no matter where they might happen to end up next.
Did you get all that? They're in cahoots!
So it would seem.
My lord, what is the meaning of this?
Double-crossing dogs. They're not here to do business. Kill them. Kill them both!
It's not over yet, Uncle. I'm just getting warmed up. Over here.
Well, that wasn't too bad. How'd you like my performance, huh? I've often played the villain on the stage. I think I did the role justice. Don't you?
Greybeard, you were magnificent. The battle scene was particularly thrilling. Such a shame you didn't have more of an audience, but perhaps that's for the best.
How long have you been watching?
Long enough to witness your uncle's sordid transaction. I hardly expected one so venerable to degrade himself so thoroughly, buying one's way into the confidence of degenerates. Ingenious.
This was the trouble you spoke of. The men of the Rock taking crystals meant for the common folk and conspiring with the Royalists. Well, now it's over.
Indeed it is. The people of Dalamil had scarcely any means of redress against Kupka's men, let alone a foreign army. Until you two came along, that is. Well, we'd better get these crystals back to town. You won't mind waiting with them while I fetch a wagon. It occurs to me that I still don't know your name.
Clive.
So, Sid the Second is a Clive. I suppose it could have been worse. Well, Clive, you held up your end of the bargain, so I must do the same. Passage through the South Gate, was it not? To tell the truth, you've helped a little there too. Many of the guards have already been redeployed to deal with the issue of their missing comrades. And those left behind have been encouraged to look the other way should you attempt to pass through.
Thank you. And please allow me to cover your costs. You still have the purse I gave to the soldiers, I trust? I saw you pluck it from one of the bodies.
Oh, dear. Was I really so obvious?
And my name is not Greybeard. It is Lord Byron Rosfield, thank you very much.
No, thank you very much. Greybeard.
Of all the... Ugh!
Here, wear this.
Хорош. И что нам такое дает? Ага.
Any friend of mine who sees you with it shall be a friend of yours.
Thank you, Lubo.
And please, feel free to send one of my Stoluses back to your people. Tell them that Rosina Dalamil is back in bed with Sid.
Omia lostelan. Tu isakelis.
I'm trusting you, Sid. Or should I say, Clive? So be sure not to let me down. I have a reputation to uphold. Well then, I wish you a safe journey south.
Thank you.
Not at all. It was my pleasure.
Come on, Uncle. Let's go.
Да, тут у нас еще и побочки есть. Ну, побочками я могу заняться, но, наверное, попозже. Так, мы теперь можем пройти.
The finest fabric.
It would make a fine
Fresh bread, warm from the oven. Made from the stoutest stone.
Погоди-ка, а давай вот с этим поговорим.
I've worked for. No matter how rocky. All those years of toil. Every coin I've ever earned is tied up in this place.
You all right?
The baths are closed. Leave me be. On second thought, perhaps you are just what I need. Might your services be for hire?
That depends on the job.
I'd have you save my business, the baths. The water's turned scalding hot and all the crystals in Dalimil wouldn't be enough to cool it. I've no doubt that my woes stem from the water's source. But I can't go and investigate for fear of my customers thinking I've abandoned the place. I'm bound to these baths in more ways than one. I beg of you, go to Dusnoff Terraces and tell me what you find there.
All right. I'll go and take a look.
Wonderful. It's not far. Leave the market by the south gate. The smell of sulfur will guide you the rest of the way. These baths are all that keep me from an ignoble end in a debtor's prison. My livelihood, my very life, is at stake.
Так, ну ладно, давай сходим. Я вроде бы метку повесил на него. Так, да дай ты мне пройти. Так, это где? Ой, там какая-то живность уже вижу. Слушай, а как туда пройти? Я так думаю, подниматься вот по этим нельзя же? Ну да, точно.
We should get going soon.
Ah, I'm not too late.
What is it, Luke?
А чтоб тебе?
A question that I neglected to ask earlier. Where is it that you're bound?
To Drake's Fang. To finish Hugo Kupka.
Just as I thought. Then allow me to share a secret. Drake's Fang is currently riddled with royalists. Talmeki and Walud are allies, and as you have seen, their soldiers work hand in glove. But no nation has ever before allowed a foreign army to make a barracks of its holiest of holies.
Not by choice, at least.
And there's more. A man on the inside of the Fang has failed to report for several days. I fear there may be more trouble lying in wait for you on the road ahead.
Isn't there always?
If you're determined to beard the lion's den, then promise me one thing. That you will enter via the mines, where the guard is lightest. I've lost one Sid already. If I lose another, people will start to think me careless.
I don't plan on dying. Not before Kupka does, anyway.
Well, so long as you have a plan.
Конечно, у меня есть план. Естественно. Так, идем выполнять побочку.
Drake's Fang should be just beyond these springs. Shall we press on?
Так, погоди-ка, а как же мне... Ну да, определенно сюда нельзя. Туда тоже нельзя. Давай попробуем оббежать это все дело.
Come on, girl, the gate's open now. We can press on.
Странно как-то. Что здесь? Нет, сюда прям проход. Закрыт полностью. Так, это кто такой? А, слушай, ну... Это типа огненные элементали, что ли? Блин, вода клевая. Просто прям вот... Так, подожди-ка, но... Как мне к ним спуститься-то, алё? Или мне надо сесть на Чокоба сесть? Может быть, мне надо с Чокоба спрыгнуть туда? О, точнее... Хотя нет, погоди, не надо ничего. Так.
Something awful's taken up residence in the springs. We'll turn back if you know what's good for you.
Ага, я понял. Значит, это здесь место. О, кстати. Давай-ка. Так, что у меня там? Что тут такого-то?
By the flames. That explains the heat. Slow. This one.
весьма прочные, кстати говоря.
Frying pan.
Рожь. Но они какие-то толстенькие, прям такие.
Let's cool things down a bit. Let's hope it's enough to keep the baths from boiling.
Не, ну вода, конечно, смотрится клево. Прям весь графоний в воду ушел. Хотя вот отсюда как будто пикселит немножко. Хотя у меня стоят параметры качества в игре. Ну, в смысле на консоли. Приоритет качества. И странно все это. Так, ну подожди, стой. Что ты скажешь?
I saw with my own two eyes what you did to those devils down there, and I still hardly believe it.
Ну да, слушай, обычным людям там ничего не сделать, потому что там элементаль огненный. Много, их штук 10, наверное, было. Хрен ты их перебьешь вот так вот, будучи обычным человеком. Так, я думал, я подобру, говорю, подберу хилочку. Но нет. Так, вниз. Пойду я, наверное, за этим. За второй побочкой. Сейчас я вот эту побочку завершу и пойду по основной сюжетке. Потому что, скорее всего, если я сейчас возьму вторую побочку, вон там она, метка.
The man who saved my business. I was hoping we'd be seeing you again. The baths grow more bearable by the moment. It won't be long now before we are back to business as usual.
I'm glad to hear it.
Now, tell me this. What did you find at the terraces? What threatened to make me a pauper?
Not what I expected, that's for certain.
Сейчас он расскажет за кадром. Черный экран. Рассказ. Вот, все, рассказал.
You tell a fine story. That's not to say I don't believe you, though. Creatures made of flame, eh? That's something new to worry about. But I burdened you with my worries enough already. Here, a small something by way of thanks. Right. It's high time I got back to work. With a little luck, the day might yet be salvaged.
Так, что нам, 3 копейки, наверное, да? Ну да, 700 гил. О, слушай-ка. Вот это уже интересно. Все, хорош.
Finally, we'll be able to get lost.
Ready, go? Run like the wind.
There it is. Drake's Fang.
Kupka will be hiding inside.
Along with goodness knows how many guards, all on highest alert. You'll need to keep your wits about you if you're to reach him. So be careful.
I will, Uncle.
Before you go, Clive, allow me to apologize. After what befell at Phoenix Gate and the crisis that followed in its wake, I fled. I retreated to my counting house and danced attendance upon the vicereine in the hope it would bring me favor. I betrayed my nation to save my skin, like the coward I am. And I'm sorry.
Uncle, please.
It's not too late, Clive. Rosaria is yours by right, and there are those that would help you to take it back. Had I the courage of my brother, I might already have done so. But that ship has sailed. You, however...
No. Forgive me, but I cannot. I fight to build a new world now. A better world. Where men can live and die on their own terms. I was raised in a nation that strove to improve the plight of bearers. Only later did I realize that spark of freedom did not arise by chance, but was kindled by my father. You would see me follow in his footsteps. And that is exactly what I mean to do. Not by ruling Rosaria, but by extending his ideals to the whole of the twins. Though every soul in the realm may judge my actions heresy, I am certain my cause is just.
You really are just like him, you know? Thank you, Clive, for coming back to me. I am proud to call you nephew. Well then, this is where we must part ways. Wish me luck in convincing my Canvarian friend to share his considerable talents. I mean to plunder his coffers and prove myself worthy of a place in your merry band. Till then, my boy.
Till then. Go safely, Uncle.
And you, nephew. We have much to catch up on, you and I. I shall expect you to regale me with the tales of all your adventures when next we meet. You can regale me too, Torgal.
I'm coming for you, Kupka.
Ядрить, колотить. Нас кидают прям в этот. Обалдеть, не встать. Я думаю, сейчас там такой махач у нас будет. Просто капец. Но у меня вроде бы есть хилки. Поэтому все должно быть хорошо. А ручонок-то нету.
Why do they still hurt? What has that gutter rat done to me? Out of my sight, witch! I'll kill you, Rossfield! I'll rip out your heart! I'll tear you limb from limb!
Peace, Hugo. The table shan't hurt you any longer.
He sought to humiliate me. Me! If you hadn't interfered, he would be dead!
You truly believe you would have triumphed had the battle continued?
Titan would have ground him into dust!
And how would he have done that without his head?
Shut up!
You weren't strong enough, and you call yourself a dominant. Or rather, you did.
You mock me, Harbert.
Do you see, Hugo? You are weak.
Fuck!
But so long as that fire burns within you, there is still hope. There may yet be a way for you to take your revenge.
Tell me, what must I do? Please, I'll do anything. Just tell me.
The heart.
What of it?
A mother crystal's heart is the most concentrated source of ether in all creation. Perhaps you could take advantage of that. Of course, the crystal would not yield her blessing to any ordinary man. But then, you are no ordinary man, are you, Hugo? Clive Rossfield stole your power, but others have suffered a similar fate, and still managed to find the strength to conjure their icon. Like Benedicta Harmon. She too drank of the ether and gained a power beyond human understanding.
She did. Benedicta. Benedict. I'll do it. My love. I'll avenge you.
Run along now, Hugo. You need only follow the light. Muthos is here. Very well, it shall be so. You may leave everything to me, Your Majesty.
Ёпта.
let's bring them from ash.
Так, я не пойму, у нас стелс? Мы крадемся. Подожди, а куда они делись? Слушай, а тут... Так что, нам их убивать надо, алё. Я думал, сейчас будет какой-то махач жесткий. Но... это фигня какая-то. Так. Ага, вижу.
So much for the men of the rock. Dalmekia's finest.
Вот какой-нибудь сейчас будет король орков. Здоровенный такой.
Over here! This one! It's over!
Так, все? Все. Так, вижу. Давай глянем, может быть, тут что-то еще есть. Вот здесь что-нибудь. Точно. Странно, эта штука еще качается. Так, зелье, зелье, зелье. Погнали.
Dash. Nice try. This one.
покажись. Ага. Блин, я бы хотел, конечно, хилочку подобрать здесь.
Stairs. This must be the way out. Time to fight.
Неудивительно.
I won't be sneaking past this one. How did it get in here? Let's try. Get him!
Делали с легким испугом. Ага.
By the flames. Come on, Torgal.
Так, я тут чувствую, у нас сейчас будет.
As if taking the mother crystal for his own wasn't enough. He had to build his castle in it.
Я думаю, сейчас у нас тут будет жесткий бой просто. И, наверное, прямо вот здесь.
Let the trial begin.
You're finished!
Я забыл, как уклоняться. Там же у ворота есть.
Seems we're expected.
So this is the power of Mythos.
Did the orcs do this too?
Get him! Sick him!
What the hell is going on? Are these things here for me? Or for him? First orcs, now these nightmares. Is this your doing, Ultima?
Go!
You've been busy, Kupka. But where did you go? The heart. He's in the sanctuary. I can feel it. Come on, Toggle. Just what I needed.
Over here!
That better be the last of them.
Benedicta, my everything. I've missed you so much.
Kuka!
I swear to you, my love, we will never be parted again.
What's wrong with him?
R2. То есть, подожди, давай еще разок. Так, удерживайте и отпустите R2 плюс квадратик.
Let's give this a try. Not bad.
Вот так жахнуло. Только не говорите мне, что он еще больше стал. Он и так большим был. Да ёп, серьезно. Сурово.
I'm coming, Kuka!
Жесть, конечно. Достреливаю сейчас за туда или нет?
Heads up, Hugo! Your time. Here's
Не, ну это шикарно было, конечно. Надо будет шмот крафтить.
What do you want?
Your soul is tainted with worthless human will, yet your thirst for power remains undiminished. With every sip you take, you grow in strength, and soon you shall achieve perfection.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You will accept us, Mythos. It is inevitable. You were created for this purpose, and you shall serve it.
Never!
Fight it, Clive! Don't let him in!
Consciousness. We see now. Human will is so insubstantial it cannot exist in isolation. You mitigate its weakness by interweaving it with your consciousness. We believed we had merely to purge you of your will to claim our vessel. It appears we first have to sever every thread of the consciousness that supports it. No matter. The time to build a new world is not yet upon us. We will contemplate.
Thank you, Joshua.
One can no more command the power of ether by drowning in its flood than one can constrain the tides by standing in the sea. I had thought Hugo wiser than this, but it seems his head was full of rocks after all.
Titan was strong.
Your Majesty.
But Mythos is stronger. For 5 years, that man lived only for revenge. Clinging fast to a fiction, even as it swept him into the abyss. One cannot change one's nature through force of will alone. Only the Almighty can do that.
Hugo Kupka, the man who gave his life for a woman's head. A fool like all the rest.
That the death of a mother crystal should be so beautiful.
Some medicine, my lord? I have salves, potions, anything you need.
Stop bothering me, urchin, or you'll feel the back of my hand.
You must consider your health, my prince. If a show of force is needed to keep the Dalmex at bay, you may trust in your dragoons. I beg you to call on Bahamut only as a last resort. His strength comes at too great a cost.
The Empire agreed to an armistice with the Republic, and yet the Emperor still plots its ruin. For now, the Dalmex suspect nothing, and as long as I can hold their gaze, war need not be inevitable. But more than that, Bahamut is the champion of the Empire. When our people look to the heavens, the sight of him gives them hope.
Это поворот.
Forgive me, Terence. Would that you were my master. But alas.
I will always be your loyal servant.
Should the Council's brazen maneuvering prompt the Republic to tear up their own treaty and launch a new assault, our soldiers would advance to meet them, cutting across the Central Isles, but not in time to prevent their forces from breaching the southern defenses and storming Twinside. And so the capital would become a battlefield. Thousands of innocents would die. I cannot allow that to happen.
There is one small mercy, at least. You will not be forced to do battle with Titan.
Would that I could avoid doing battle at all.
1,000 pardons, Your Highness.
What is it?
Olivier has been made Emperor. What is the meaning of this?
My father's orders. What were they? Quickly! Yes, Your Highness. His Radiance requests that Your Highness maintain position here and...
Ah! brats.
Yes, my prince.
I must go to the palace.
I'll ready your steed.
What is it now?
Forgive the intrusion, Your Highness.
I know you.
At ease.
We stand in the presence of the Phoenix. You wouldn't want to get your fingers burned.
I hope I'm not interrupting.
Not at all. Though I admit, I did not expect such a distinguished guest.
How many years has it been since the Remembrance ceremony? 20?
I thought you long dead. Do I address a ghost?
Many have told me that I look like one. But no. I'm alive. Just. Prince Dion of the House Lesage, I have a tale to tell you.
Надо бы к кузнецу наведаться.
I'd better give Otto the good news.
Walkways need patching
Welcome home,
up.
Sid.
Give me 50.
Наведаться к кузнецу, сходить в комнату, посмотреть, что там за письмо такое. Ну, отчет какой-нибудь, небось.
What became of Kupka? Why haven't we heard anything?
Так, а мне тут говорили, что какие-то побочки появились. Ладно, сейчас посмотрим. Непонятно пока. А, вот, вижу. Блин, слушай, это же мастерица, которая наша была там. Так. Угу. Хорошо, ладно. Так. Что у нас там по кузнецу?
What do you need? So, what'll it be?
Что это такое? Точильный камень. Но это уже хорошо. Причем нехило так.
Not bad, if I do say so myself.
Так, это что такое? Ага.
Should last you a good while.
Понял. Нафига он нам нужен такой? Так, а что я могу усилить-то? Ладно, пока ни хрена не понятно. По правде говоря. Так, пойдем поговорим с Отто. Вот усиление очень странное. То есть я смотрю по шмоткам, какого-то либо нет.
Gav told me the gentleman who visited earlier, the one with the loud voice, was your uncle.
Либо нету этих вещей, либо они сильно хуже. Непонятно.
Clive, you're back. I am. And with glad tidings for once. Hugo Kupka is no more.
Well, I'll be. All of our comrades who lost their lives back at Sid's place be smiling down at you right now.
We had a stolus from Lubor saying Drake's fang had fallen. I expect that was your doing as well, was it?
It's a long story.
One for the history books, I'll bet.
Welcome home, Clive.
It's good to be back. You look better.
I feel it. Which means I'm coming on your next little adventure. You're not leaving me behind again.
Wouldn't dream of it. Otto, any word on the Royalist movement since I've been away?
Shouldn't you be putting your feet up? If you really want to know, go and have a word with Vivian.
Thank you. I will.
Надо на тот плюсик сходить. Узнать, что там.
Ah, the conquering hero returns. And with hardly a scratch on him.
I may have picked up one or two.
Well, the fact that you came straight to me instead of visiting our resident physiker suggests that you picked up something more important. A scent. The scent of Waludas.
The very same. But whatever plans Kupka was hatching with the Royalists, he took them to his grave. As did his men. Slaughtered by the orcs who'd taken over the Fang. Orcs, Vivian. I've never seen such creatures in Storm before. The Waludas must have ferried them over from Ash, but why? Why work to rescue Kupka only to invade his home, the mother crystal of an allied nation, and let both fall? It makes no sense.
Do you know the tale of the blind men and the Adamantus? One can often be led astray by focusing too closely on individual details. One must instead see the bigger picture. And what bigger picture is there than my map? The Kingdom of Waloed claims dominion over all of Ash. It is a nation forged by the bloody conquest of Barnabas Tharm, the dominant of Odin. The Canvarian War of Independence in 849. The Battle of the Twin Realms in 865. The Battle of Belinus Tor in 873. Wheresoever his armies fought, Odin was found where the fighting was fiercest. But of late, the warrior king appears to have laid his sword to rest. Battle rages for control of the crystalline dominion. Yet Tharm sends not a single ship in support of his Dhalmekian allies. Meanwhile, the Blight ravages great swathes of Ash. Yet warlike Waloed shows not the faintest interest in laying claim to untouched lands. So why go to the trouble of sending an army of orcs into the heart of Drake's Fang, only to make no attempt to claim the Mother Crystal for Waloed? It can hardly be for lack of men. Tharm's armies rival any in the Twins. No. We have not seen the last of the Waluda standard. Odin will ride again. It is but a question of when. And on that day, who will be trampled underfoot? In summary, I know not to what end the Royalists betrayed Kupka. I know only that it is part of some broader scheme. A scheme tied to the ambitions of one man.
King Barnabas.
But there is no need to wallow in confusion. If one is to cure a sickness, one must first identify the symptoms. And your Lord Uncle has volunteered to do just that by keeping an eye on the Royalists' movements.
He's really throwing himself into this.
Indeed he is. Which means all that remains for us to do is await his reports. Well, not quite all in your case. The people of the Hideaway must hear the news. Justice has been done. Hugo Kupka is dead. The wounds he left that night are still raw. Especially for those who lived with Sid the longest. Tell them that those wounds might finally begin to heal. Consider it the price of today's instruction.
I've never known you to be sentimental.
What can I say? I am only human. And we are, all of us, sentimental animals at heart.
I suppose we are. Very well. I'll go and spread the word.
Это каким-то образом. Ё. Так, а плюсик-то где? На той стороне, по-моему, да, куда надо идти.
Ah, Clive. Have you come seeking the gift of knowledge?
No. To share mine, actually. Hugo Kupka is dead.
Oh my. Can it really be true?
Look, he's crying. He is. The big baby.
And with good reason, children. These are tears of joy. We must offer up a prayer to your parents that the heavens might weep with us. There shall be no lessons today, only thanksgiving and merrymaking. Go, put away your things.
All right. Brilliant.
Finally, a new dawn has broken.
It has.
Thank you, Clive. I cannot wait to share the good news.
Hippocrates. After Kupka fell, Ultima came to me. I need to know what he is. Have you learned anything?
Alas, no. And not for want of trying. I have scoured nigh every historical tome in our collection and found nothing. Not even the sort of conspicuous absence that might suggest a concealment of fact. One is almost tempted to conclude that such a creature never existed.
But I saw him. With my own eyes.
I don't doubt that you did. Alas, it seems you are the only one who has. To others, he reveals naught. We see only that which he leaves in his wake, like some terrible force of nature beyond the ken of mortal man.
A bringer of death.
Whether the Ultima you met with was the being itself, or merely another projection of its power, I know not. But until I do, my investigations shall continue.
Thank you. It means a lot.
Так, хорош. Ой, погоди-ка.
Well, someone looks pleased with himself. It's true what I'm hearing, then.
Nothing escapes you, Lady Karen. It's true. Kupka is dead.
No more looking over our shoulders, then. Good. Starting to get a crick in my neck. Don't let it go to your head, though.
Blackthorn, do you have a moment?
What is it? I'm busy.
I wanted to tell you that Hugo Cooper is dead.
I can't tell you how long I've been waiting to hear those words. This is it then. A new beginning under a new Sid.
I'll try to live up to the name. Right. Let's see if Otto has anything else for me.
Погоди возвращаться. А вот тут что это такое у меня? Плюсик. А, это, слушай, это типа огород, сад. Давай сходим узнаем, что там.
Sid, I know that when we came to the hideaway, we chose to let go of our past in order that we might focus on our future.
We did?
Nonetheless, I was wondering if... Well, I know you are from Rosaria, and I'm in need of someone with intimate knowledge of those lands.
Он тут летопись, что ли, ведет какую-то?
She is home to all manner of curative herbs found nowhere else in the realm. Among them is a flower called a Morganbeard that increases the potency of lesser medicines.
I can't say that I've had much practice healing. My youth was spent in the Bailey.
A shame. You see, the hideaway relies heavily upon medicines procured from afar. And when those shipments are late, well, it's our sick who suffer. If we could find this flower and learn to grow it here, we might save many lives. However, as you are well aware, imperial occupation has rendered the roads unsafe for those like me, untrained in the military arts. Now, I'm not asking the busiest man in the hideaway to drop everything and make the journey for me, but if you happen to be in the duchy on other business...
Tell me of these Morganbeards, then.
But of course. If my old tomes are to be believed, the flowers are bright yellow and as large as gold.
Не, ну в принципе пройти можно.
And they grow in the
Хотя, конечно, это
If I am to
задание
here in the backyard, I will require several
по
samples,
типу
preferably of
сходи,
which have already gone
принеси,
to seed.
подай.
And before I forget, I do seem to recall learning in the course of my research that their odor has the tendency to attract unsavory creatures. Nothing you cannot handle, though, I'm sure.
Так, ну давай, там, конечно, награда прям такая себе. Я бы сказал, награда хреновая. Вот, но... Что там? Опыт, репутация? По-моему, репутация дается, да. А за репутацию можно что-то там делать. Что-то открывать, что-то покупать или продавать. В общем, она нужна. Репутация тоже нужна. Так, стой, куда я? Так, пойдем со стариком потрендим. И потом пойдем, наверное, по побочке сходим.
You barely sat down since you came home. Vivian got you running errands or something?
Just spreading the word.
So, the Professor's got a soft side, has she? I'd never have guessed.
No. She was right, though. Everyone was glad to hear the news.
Ah, but you ain't told everyone. I can think of plenty of friends back at the old hideaway who'd sleep more peacefully for knowing. not least of all Sid. You should tell him.
You're right. I should. And I will.
Well, when you do, be sure to take Mid with you. She's been going at it hammer and tong down in that workshop of hers, trying to do her father proud. I can't remember the last time she visited the old sod's grave.
Very well. I'll suggest it.
Я не знаю, сразу-то можно, наверное, закрыть это дело? Я так думаю.
I think Mid might need some help.
If I don't come up with something soon. All right, Clive? What do you want?
I'm going to visit Sid, and I thought you might like to come with me.
Sorry, I'm too busy for all that right now. I've got to get this thermal displacement stack sorted.
Thermal...
Displacement stack. Here.
And this is for...
Only the fastest, finest ship the world has ever seen. The Enterprise. Me and my dad designed it together. Where other vessels rely on the fickle winds to drive them through the water, ours is fitted with mithril engines. And those things have got more push than a behemoth in a bad mood, and more heat than all the hells put together. Which is where the stack comes in. I may have already talked some tight-lipped shipwrights into putting the hull together for me in a little dockyard in Canva. But the stack's a bit more involved, so I'm building it here. Thing is, it's so involved that I'm running behind and it's starting to hold things up over at the shipyard. I'll come and see my dad, though, when I'm done. Whenever that is.
Is there anything I can do to help?
Good old Clive. I were hoping you'd say that. First things first, I need some parts meching. The stack will be made up of 3 major components. There's the plating, here, that channels hot vapors away from the engine. The helm over the top, that disperses all that heat into the air. And the shielding around the sides. That stops the rest of the ship from going up in flames.
A full suit of armor, then. Probably best to take it one piece at a time.
Then you'll need to start with the plating. Everything else fits onto it. I've got the designs and the list of materials here. Show these to Blackthorn. He'll know what to do.
I can't make head nor tail of them.
Luckily, you don't need to.
Так, погоди, а ему показать, а где? Это который у нас... Который у нас кто? Кузнец, господи, точно. Это ж кузнец. Жалко... Ага, ну да, прыжки тут. Спокойно, спокойно, дайте я пройду. Да. Он сейчас за ресурсами, небось, пошлет. По-любому.
Blackthorn, can I ask a favor?
Out with it.
It's for Mid.
This my last chance to say I'm otherwise engaged. Spare myself the arseache. Go on then. What is it this time?
She said you would know. Here.
Krieger's teats. Well, I don't know what the hell you'd want this for, but I can make it. Won't be easy though. And I'll need help. Get Gabonotto in here, will you?
All right.
Да ёпта. Мы вообще-то главные здесь. Чё мы ходим? А, ну ладно, он хотя бы позвал его за кадром.
So Mid's roped us all in here again, has she? Typical. Still, if that's what it takes to get her to visit Sid's grave, I'll do what I can.
And, what is it we need to do, exactly?
Take a look at this. It's this plating. The usual sword grade steel won't work. We need something that can get very hot, very fast, and still keep its shape. That means an alloy. Something that won't break or buckle at the temperatures she's talking about. Which is where you lot come in. I need materials, and I've got my work cut out already. You'll have to fetch them. Now, there's a special kind of sand I'm after that you can only find out in the Velcroy. Stardust, they call it. As for the rest of the stuff, my usual supply should have it in stock. It just needs buying and bringing back here.
Well,
Я за песком иду 100%.
One of us should probably give you an ancoat in the sand.
And the other can go and get the rest from this supplier.
Right then.
Well, make your minds up who's going where, we can get this over with.
Я вообще тут ничего не решаю. Так, Ир, подожди, что такое?
You going after the Stardust then, are you? Which one of these two lucky souls is going with you?
Ну давай Гэва возьмем.
Gav, you're with me.
All right then. So, where do we find this Stardust stuff?
There's a river that runs through the southern reaches of the Velcroy. It's the black sand that washes up on its banks that you're after.
Southern reaches of the Velcroy, eh? That's down past Alamill. I'll go and scout the place out. See about hiring us a wagon to bring the stuff back to.
All right. I'll meet you by the river.
While you're off having a paddle, I'll pick up the rest of the stuff from Blackthorn's supplier. Take care.
You two, eh? Don't go letting them fleece ya.
Fleece me? I'd like to see him try.
In your own time.
Так, хорош. Сейчас можно... Что сейчас можно? Так, доберитесь до реки, соберите необходимые материалы. А как я это должен делать-то, алло? Так, подожди. А вот, карта мира. Так, это что такое? Вот сюда мне надо. Это получается тут побочка у меня. Надо посмотреть, вообще далеко там за побочкой-то идти. Если недалеко, можно быстренько ее закрыть, а потом я пойду на другую, на основную миссию. И там уже мы сдадим, как говорится, и побочки, и все вместе.
Thank you for sticking with us.
Those of us who are still here.
А, тут же лифт у нас. Точно.
It'll take ages to tidy all this.
Кстати, я один хожу или с кем-то? Один хожу. Я думал, наша подруга будет вместе с нами, но она пока еще с нами не ходит. Здравствуй, Сид. И тебе не хворать.
Let's go. Run like the wind.
Так, ну мы на месте.
Near the abbey is certainly damp. Let's see if they're damp enough for Morgan beards. Thanks, girl.
Хорош. Опачки, наши клиенты.
price for Goblin's eye. Not this goblin. Certainly wasn't one of the really attracted to the flowers, though. Stay down!
Делов-то. Так.
Bright yellow. These are our Morgan beards, all right. Well, I've gone to this much trouble. What? There's something familiar about this scent. It reminds me of home. Hopefully this will be enough. I've had my fill of
Кстати, ты смотри-ка. Первый раз такой сундук вижу. Каменный. Так, теперь можно направляться вот всю. Это что такое? Странно, что тут побочка висит. Так, а тут надо, наверное, этот брать. Чокоба вызывать. Пешочком бежать долго будет.
Looks like I found the river. Now where's Gav? Let's go.
Yeah! А, хотя нет, позже. А вот речка.
Thanks, Gal.
Наверное, где-то здесь надо, да? Ну, давай посмотрим на... Соберите необходимый материал. А, подожди, так я же добрался до реки. Какой-то надо было с ним поговорить. Спокойно, спокойно.
Sorry to keep you, Gav.
Better late than never. I've had a quick scout about, and I reckon round here's our best bet if we want to grab as much of this Stardust stuff as we can. Don't know what Blackthorn's planning to do with it, though. I asked over in Dalamil, and they seem to think it was worthless. But if Stardust is what Blackthorn wants, Stardust is what he'll get. There's plenty of the stuff lying about just begging to be bagged.
Then let's get bagging, shall we?
We shall. Race ya.
Угу. Ну теперь погнали. Так, я ж правильно иду или надо тут по низу надо идти, наверное? Да, вот тут по низу. Ага. Что я такой... Что я тут подобрал только что? Так, но мне надо еще. А, то есть я, получается, могу еще выше подняться. Ну давай пройдемся вот здесь вот. Может быть, еще одна появится метка. Так, я понял. Так, тогда нам... Ага, вижу. Вот здесь.
That should be enough for now. Let's see how Gav's getting on.
Я думал, мы сейчас с лопатой ходить будем.
You finished? How much did you get?
Enough. I hope.
Oh, you win. That might even be enough for old Blackthorn. Hey, before we go, do you mind if we have a chat? Feels like ages since we had the chance to talk. You know, man to man like.
It does, doesn't it?
Back when you first took Sid's name, we were talking all the time. Working out what to do in that.
There was a lot to work out.
And there still is. Those shoulders of yours starting to feel the strain. Hardly ever see you around the hideaway nowadays. Always on some errand or other. You can take a day off, you know.
Well, says the man who spends most of his time behind enemy lines.
Only 'cause you keep sending me there.
I know I can count on you, Gav.
Likewise. So you keep sending me wherever you need to, and I'll keep going. Safe in the knowledge that I have a home to come back to. Thanks to you. Right. That's enough soppy shite for one day. We'd better get this lot back to Blackthorn before he slings his hammer at someone.
You go on ahead. And try to get some rest once you're there.
Oh, I plan to. Believe you me. After Blackthorn gets what he needs, of course.
Так, так нам, получается, не надо миссию сдавать, эту основную?
Ready to go home, boy?
Так, поговорите с Блэкторном. Это где вообще? Ёптить, а здесь даже не будь квашней. Ага. Ну да, я понял. Так, ладно, давай сходим в город. Посмотрим, что там за квест. Побочный, я имею в виду.
I've never even forged a butter knife before. Perhaps Forge Master Luber's having fun at my expense.
I wouldn't put it past him.
Neither would I.
Oh, wait. Are you Clive?
Sorry, my mind was elsewhere. I'm Sava, Master Luber's least accomplished apprentice. Soon to be former apprentice if I don't pass this test. Maybe I'm just not the resourceful type. People are buying up weapons faster than the Briar's Kiss can forge them, and here I am, unable to make a decent bit of kitchenware. He wants me to make a carving knife, one that embodies the spirit of Dalamil. Whatever that's supposed to mean. I don't suppose you have any idea what he's on about, do you?
I'm afraid not.
Never mind. Thought I'd ask. It was that or pack my bags.
I could give you a hand if you like.
Интересно, как я ему помогу.
Kiss has been, and that Lubor needs all the capable hands he can find.
I'd be a fool to refuse.
So, where do we start?
Good question. If I'm honest, I've never made any kind of knife before. And then there's this little riddle to keep in mind. The spirit of Dalamil. Nothing is ever simple with that man.
The way I see it, there's only one way we'll be solving Lubor's puzzle. We need information. The more the better.
You're right. There's no point fumbling in the dark, I suppose. Now, who to speak to first? Well, there's plenty of folk in Dalamil who use knives for a living. There's the butcher, of course, and any number of cooks. They're bound to have an opinion or two about the tools of their trade. All right. I think we have a plan. Let's get to it, shall we? I'll talk to every cook I can find. You speak to the butcher, and anyone else you can think of.
All right. Good luck.
Let's hope that someone says something useful.
Немножко валюты, и там, по-моему, этот будет репутация. 10.
Trust Lubor to take a simple test and turn it.
Так, надо потрепаться, да, нам?
Better get to it.
The finest fabric!
Take a sniff, good sir.
There'll be no one to man the shop.
Welcome, sir. What can I do you for?
A question, if you don't mind. I need to know what makes a good carving knife.
You a blacksmith or something?
Something, I suppose.
Fair enough. Knives, is it? First and foremost, it's got to hold an edge. Most knives will make it through fat, no problem, but sinew dulls cheap steel in no time. Give me a blade which can slice through anything that crosses my chopping block, and I'm a happy woman.
So a knife that stays sharp. Makes sense.
Так, погоди, а где ж тогда ты еще-то? А дальше может идти.
Where did all the men of the rock go?
Made from the stoutest stoneware.
Да нет.
Won't crack, no
Вот
matter.
этот мужик стоит с кругленьким, да? Это у нас получается... А, так подожди, вот же спина. Или нет?
Won't you come and play, handsome?
Не, я думал, может тут, я не знаю, еще какие-то есть мясники, лавки какие-нибудь, повара там. Кстати, он говорил, по-моему, нет, подожди, про поваров он про себя имел в виду там. Он займется этим. Так, я вышел за пределы. И с кем мне еще трындеть? Может быть, наверху, кстати говоря. Так, погоди-ка, наверху.
Look, father, hot water.
Давай вот так вот обойдем по кругу. Но пока ни хрена не могу найти второго.
I need to drink.
Слушай. Хотя не, погоди, странно. Я уже выхожу за пределы. Я думал, может быть, вот сюда зайти, но... Только не говори мне, что нужно вот с этим поговорить, мужиком.
herbs and spices from the breads.
Gone, just like that. And without so much as a by your leave.
What's the matter?
It's my apprentice. He up and vanished while my back was turned. I'd go and look for him myself, but I've got a bakery to run. A bakery that's now short one pair of hands.
Вот, ой, он же тоже с ножом работает. Наверное.
I'm at a loss. Please, will you see if you can find him?
I'll see what I can do. Do you know where he might have gone?
I wouldn't be surprised if he was off somewhere mooning at Drake's Fang. He used to work there, you see. Poor fool left his heart in its hollow.
All right. Then that's where I'll start.
Подожди, мужик, а ты часом...
I can't say I understand that boy's obsession with the Fang.
Oh, where did all the men of the rock go?
Слушай, ну там зона большая, может быть... Может быть, вот здесь кто-то может подсказать? Ёптить, он-то где?
What is it? I'm in no mood for chatter.
Sorry. Do you mind if I ask your trade?
Hunter, why?
I have a question. Can you tell me what makes a good carving knife? I assume you use one out in the field.
Has to be able to put up with some punishment. Can't be dealing with a brittle blade, not while I'm on the hunt. If your knife snaps every time you use it, you'll be spending coin as fast as you make it. Times are hard enough as it is.
Thank you. I won't keep you any longer.
All business, eh? Man after my own heart.
So, a carving knife should be hard-wearing and hold an edge. Hardly a revelation. Let's hope Sava had better luck than I did.
Ну все, пойдем сдаваться.
Yes, they're
The finest fabrics!
So, how'd it go? You learn anything useful, or should I be looking for a new trade?
Only that a blade should be durable and stay sharp. But I don't see how that relates to the spirit of Dalamil.
I didn't have much luck either. All the cook said was that he needs his knives to be light. Too heavy and they do his shoulder in.
So we're no better off than when we started. Perhaps Lubor didn't mean anything with his Dalamil remark. But that can't be right. I've bandied enough words with the man to know that he chooses them carefully. No. We must be missing something. Something right in front of our noses, most likely.
No doubt you're right, but I have to make a start soon. I can't put off making this knife forever.
Agreed. Lubor wouldn't like that much.
Right. I've been trained to work iron. The cheap stuff, mind. But it's hardly enough if you don't hammer it too thin, and it sharpens up nicely with a bit of effort. Trouble is, it's either durable or it's light. Meaning someone is going to be disappointed. Forge Master Lubor, probably.
Is there no one else you can turn to? Someone who knows their metals, perhaps?
The other apprentices know better than to help me with my test. But maybe there is someone I could turn to. A merchant, a favourite of Forge Master Lubor's, who sells metals to tradesmen passing through the Valcroy. I bet she'd know a thing or two.
Не понял. Ох, ю. Погодь. Да, вот туда нам надо.
Come on. Fly, Ambrosia. Any luck? Or will you be needing help with your bags?
Well, I asked her, but... Oh, you tell him.
If you're looking to make a knife that will impress a master like Lubor, there are options. They're just not that viable. Featherlight adamantite knives will get passed from generation to generation, never needing so much as a lick of the whetstone. But adamantite ore is unique to ash, so it doesn't come cheap.
And it's beyond my skill to handle.
Unique to ash. Are there any materials unique to Dalamil? Something which could be mixed with iron to refine it. Make it lighter.
What are you getting at?
You said that Lubor trained you to work iron. Then that's what he'll expect you to use. But he would have known that it would either be too heavy or too brittle for a carving knife. Perhaps his Dalamil remark wasn't a riddle, but a hint.
If it's cheap metal you're using, then there's always limestone, I suppose. Folk first settled Dalamil to get at her mineral deposits. And, if you know the trick, it can be melted down in the furnace to drive out impurities from low-quality iron.
Bloody hell! That must be it! I don't suppose you know the trick, do you?
It's hardly my speciality, but I've been around enough blacksmiths to know how it works.
Looks like I've got some learning to do. Clive, I hate to ask after all that you've done for me, but...
Limestone? Fine. I can hardly abandon you now. Besides, I want to know if this is the answer to Lubor's little riddle.
I can't thank you enough, Clive. You'll have no trouble finding limestone over in the terraces. The place is bloody made of it.
Then I suppose I'll meet you back at the forge.
Right you are. I'll see you shortly. So, do you crush it up, or just throw it in the furnace?
Let's go. Faster!
The most fragrant herbs and spices.
Oh, where did all the men go?
Plates and pots!
No, I'm telling you, it's gone.
One rock looks a lot like another. But hopefully this is what Sava needs.
Silver platters. Made from...
Жалко, в городе нельзя бегать быстрее. Это как-то не очень удобно, конечно. А так, в принципе, осталось еще пацана вот этого найти. корень проблемы, выполните побочку. И все, и в целом здесь будут как бы закрыты все квесты.
I wasn't sure how much you'd need, but I hope this is enough.
You are one of the good ones, you know that. You and that merchant both, she's got quite a gift for teaching that one. Now, time to see if limestone is the secret weapon we were hoping for. That'll do, I reckon. A knife forged from the very rocks of Dalamil. Her spirit, if you will.
It's a fine-looking blade.
I only hope Master Lubor agrees.
That sounds like my cue. And just as well. I was getting tired of waiting.
I'm sorry, Forge Master Lubor.
Let's take a look then, shall we? First things first, Sava, do you think this is a carving knife worthy of the fine people of Dalamil?
I'd like to think so. But what do you think?
What do I think indeed? It's sharp-ish, but it won't last long with hard use. And it's heavy, heavier than it should be. You might not think it just to hold it for a moment, but sell that to a cook and you'll never hear the end of it. It looks like someone paid a visit to the terraces. The limestone was a step in the right direction, granted, but one that still leaves you short of the mark.
And I was so certain I had it all worked out.
I don't know who you found to teach you that little trick, but it certainly shows initiative. Next question. How much do you think I would charge if I'd made this?
Well, if it took you even a fraction of the time it took me, I would say you could demand a heavy purse.
And who would be able to pay that? The butcher? The hunter? The cooks over at the inn? Dalamil is home to humble traders, not wealthy lords and ladies. Rule number 1 in any business, Sava. Know your customers.
Yes, Forge Master.
This is just about passable. But only just. I'd say you're worth keeping around a little longer. Starting tomorrow, you'll have an anvil of your own.
I will. Thank you. I was wondering, what would you do if you were asked to forge a carving knife?
I'd do what I always do. Ask who it's for. If it was for the butcher, I'd make sure it holds an edge. For the hunter, I'd make it as tough as Titan. For the cook, light as a feather. And for the nobleman, I'd make it cost an absolute fortune.
There goes a master, all right.
It looks like congratulations are in order.
I couldn't have done it without you. So much for the Forge Master's riddle, though, eh? The spirit of Dalamil had nothing to do with limestone or anything much at all. Meaning, I had you run around for no good reason.
You've passed your test. That's all that matters. You'll have a forge of your own in no time.
And when I do, I'll craft you the finest carving knife you have ever seen.
Хоть на этом спасибо, ладно. Пусть будет. У меня уже почти 100 000 кредитов. Так. У меня есть задание. Не будь квашней. Оно где-то... Кстати, где оно? Обалдеть. А, слушай, так мы ж можем... Во! Ептить. Оттуда им доехать быстро. Кстати, я там смотрю, уже противники какие-то стоят у нас. Давай пешком добежим. Ножей ранг А. Да ты, подожди, да я вообще... Да ты-то тут при чем? Ого.
Your feasting days are over.
I bleed your blood! Over here! Nice try. Get him! This one! Stuff you like a twig! Get him!
воздушный. Очень мобильный. Довольно много урона наносит. Но это я сейчас, видимо, заказ выполнил. Чисто случайно.
Those who kill for sport deserve no better.
Да. Это сейчас 100% я выполнил чисто заказ. То есть там скорее, там у меня есть стена с заказами по ликвидации всяких там преступников. И вот я уверен, это как раз таки он и был. Просто я чисто случайно наткнулся на него. Так. А собственно говоря, наверное, сюда надо просто куда-то идти.
Excuse me.
What do you want?
The baker sent me to find you.
I am a sorry, selfish sod, aren't I? I'm certainly not a baker. Master must have ruled the day he took me in. Time was the sight of the fang used to calm my nerves. But now look at her.
I take it you missed the mother crystal.
I hated her, but she was all I knew. Worked her mines for years. And when she shattered, part of me shattered with her. I had to trade my pickaxe for a rolling pin. But I'm no good at baking. Every loaf I touch collapses. My bread's as hollow as I am. She was the only thing that could fill the hole inside me. Oh, I loved her, damn it. But now she's gone. She's never coming back. What am I supposed to do? I ask her. How does a shell of a man learn to live again?
Perhaps you could express yourself in your work. If you miss the fang, maybe you could recapture it somehow.
Recapture it? I'm a baker, not a... You know, you might just be right. What a fool I've been! I have to get back to the bakery right away. Thank you. Thank you, my friend. You've opened my eyes.
Wait. Suppose you won't be needing an escort then.
А, я это ж... Блин, я защиту бахнул. Тоник защиты. А сколько их я... Блин, не понял. Я один потратил тоник защиты. Так, ну тогда что? Погрыз. Даже не понял. Стой, это что за херень? Это что такое? А, я думал, это простые бандиты. Фига себе. Так, ну что, пошли сдавать квест. И можно будет сейчас переместиться на базу, сдать оставшиеся накопившиеся квесты, в общем-то. И все. Как бы и тут мы вот с этим районом закончим.
Ah, there you are. The man who lit a fire under my wayward apprentice. Though I worry you might have stoked the flames a little too high. He damn near ran me down trying to get to my oven.
Master, it's ready. Behold the Drake's Balm. A truly unique creation.
I dare say it is.
Just look at it. A perfect likeness of the Fang herself. Her steepled peaks, her fulsome spurs, her inviting hollow. True, my loaves collapse more often than not, but what's the Fang without her crater? Why, no Fang at all. And look, inside. She's filled to bursting with a bounty of beautiful crystals. Salt crystals! Master, I have found my purpose. I must use my work here to preserve the memory of the Fang.
Well, if it tastes half as unique as it looks, I'd certainly say you're onto something. Not only is my apprentice back, but he's finally pulling his weight. With any luck, I might even have a new delicacy on my hands. I don't know how you did it, but you have my thanks.
Так, ну хорошо. Не будь квашней. Все, завершено. Огонь. Ой, погоди, не туда. Вот там еще наверху есть какая-то побочка, но, блин, я хочу сдать побочку и сдать основной квест. Потому что у нас тут получается... Блин, как же далеко туда идти? Давай сейчас по основному. А потом я схожу вниз туда.
Blackthorn. Got everything you need?
Yeah. Yeah, I do. Cheers for the stardust. Should be enough to be getting on with.
We should go out on maneuvers together more often. You're beat sneaking around on your Todd all the time.
I'll make a start on putting this thermal plating together then. It will take some time, mind. So if you've got other things to be getting on with, I could do without you breathing down my neck.
Thank you, Blackthorn. I'll let Mid know construction's underway.
Так, ну хорошо. От этого задания я избавился. Кстати, мне интересно, я сколько опыта отхапал?
Give us a shout if you need anything.
Я же этого Титана завалил. Мне интересно, сколько я очков опыта собрал. Надо посмотреть, что я могу качнуть. Так, и потом можно будет туда сходить. Потому что там есть некоторые дорогие скиллы. Я бы хотел, конечно, их прикупить на самом деле.
It is rare that we see you so often in the backyard, Sid. What brings you to the gardens?
I found your flowers.
Yes, wonderful. These are almost identical to the plates in my tome. Did you have any trouble locating them?
Finding them was the easy part, but it's odd. They remind me of my childhood somehow. I don't remember these flowers specifically, but we must have grown them in the castle garden. If the petals are meant to improve the effectiveness of medicines, it's possible that the court physicers grew them for the tinctures and treatments they made my brother.
If the ducal healers were convinced of their properties, that is all the more reason to begin growing our own supply here. Oh, allow me to use some of the flowers you brought me to make something that might aid you on your travels. I need only a moment to extract the essence from the petals.
В смысле для меня? Хилка какая-то, что ли, будет? Кстати, надо хилки купить.
And here we are. A phial of pure Morganbeard extract. A single drop added to any one of your restoratives will increase its potency. At least I hope it will.
Вот непонятно, как это работает. Крутая кровь. То есть мы просто увеличили эффективность. Нифига себе. Это постоянный баф получается. То есть хилка у меня теперь будет. Да, все, я понял. Ну, прикольно, кстати. Вот этот квест был полезный. Потому что, получается, у меня хилки есть маленькие, есть большие. Маленькие, понятное дело, восстанавливают мало здоровья. И здесь, я так понимаю, эффективность куда выше теперь стала. Это клево, хорошо. Так, сейчас я добегу до торговца. Торговки. Ну или как там ее. Вот, куплю здесь у нее лекарство. Так, у тебя же есть лекарство? Так, купить. Так, что? Вот. Так, это есть сильное зелье.
You'll not find a better price than that. It'd better all be here.
Так, эликсир, не знаю, что дорого стоит, 10 тысяч. Что он дает хоть? Все, понял.
You'll not find a better price than that.
Мне храбрости. Ну, пока хватит. Так, пока хватит, пока ничего трогать не будем. Так, не пойму, где это. В той стороне. Это нам надо к мид пойти туда. Блин, почему так персонаж долго бежит, прям раскачивается медленно. Так, и сюда? Ну да. Мне вот интересно, она сейчас там строит корабль. Это корабль, на котором мы сейчас находимся? То есть она его хочет оживить, или это прям новый корабль? Непонятно. Давай узнаем.
You'll be pleased to hear that Blackthorn started work on the plating.
Excellent. 1 down, 2 to go.
So, what's next?
The helm, of course. For this, we'll be repurposing fallen scrap.
Salvage from the ruins? I thought that material was all but impossible to work.
But we don't have to.
I'm sorry.
Just so happens there's one particular ruin that's broken into exactly the right shape and size pieces for what we need. What's the name back there? I'll give you all the details.
What's her name? Right.
Чего? Ладно. Капец, это что такое? Это колодец? Нет, это не может быть колодцем.
Oh, Sid, is this about the helm?
Yes. Mid said I should speak with you.
I'll show you the plans then. Here you see the mithril engine, in which mithril is burned to generate heat. That heat is then harnessed to produce motive force. Excess heat is dealt with by means of the thermal displacement stack, which disperses it into the surrounding air. Now, were we to rely on thermal plating alone to achieve this effect, the rate of excess heat buildup would far exceed the displacement coefficient of the plating. In other words, the reactor would overheat and eventually explode. This is where the helm comes in. It connects to the plating, you see, and serves as a sort of thermal sink to absorb all that excess energy. Our experiments have shown that fallen ceramics are remarkably thermophilic. They can withstand and absorb levels of heat far above anything we are able to make today. And not only that, they're also waterproof and immune to rust, making them the perfect material for our protective hood. Why? If sea or rainwater were to enter the reactor proper, it would vaporize instantly. The forces produced would tear the ship from stern to...
You can stop there. I understand. Mid said we might be able to use parts of a fallen ruin. Where would I find it?
Yes. It's in Lorbert's Pass, near Lostwing. The thing is, well, I probably should have arranged to have the pieces we need brought here sooner. You see, a certain unwanted visitor has taken up residence there. It's no longer a matter of just walking in and taking them. It's, going to be considerably more dangerous than that.
I see. Then I suppose I'd better deal with this unwanted visitor for you. Would that help?
Oh, very much. Thank you, Sid. I'll gather my team and head there right away. We'll meet you outside the ruins.
Это интересно. Там что, животина какая-то? Так, я ж могу теперь ни с кем... Да. Теперь можно телепортироваться обратно. Куда нам надо-то? А? Да, погоди, дай. О, да, посмотрим. Руины. Руины. Ох, ё-моё. Вот это ж где. Так, а мне туда, чтобы подняться-то, это куда надо идти? Это побочка. Угу. Так. Подожди, я сейчас запутаюсь нафиг тут. Да, вот сюда. Потом наверх. Там, я не знаю, пешочком добежать или, может быть, сейчас вызвать скакуна своего. Я ж правильно иду? В принципе, да. Угу, точно.
This is no time to ride.
Нельзя? А, я понял, за пределами ворот надо. Так, ну тут-то можно? Тут можно.
Ready, go? Fly, Ambrosia.
Погоди, давай-ка я сейчас соберу. Блин, нафига ради 2 килл? 2 монетки, типа. Зачем? Даже останавливаться не буду.
Oh, there you are, Sid. Thanks so much for coming. The, ruins are just over there, as is the creature I told you about, I'd imagine. Would you mind?
Of course. I'll be right back.
Так, ну что, пойдем наваляем. Так, начнем с огня, наверное. Интересно, кто здесь?
This must be our unwanted visitor. Time to go.
Так, а на что ты способен? Охренеть ты, колдун. Хорош. Блин, скользнул, черт. Ай, все, ему ковручек обздец. Я думал, он сейчас начнет постоянно тпшиться куда-нибудь в сторону, он меня замучил бы этой фигней. Потому что у меня нету дальних атак, у меня только ближние
Things I
атаки.
do for you, Mid.
Sid! Oh, thank goodness you're safe.
You shouldn't have any trouble now.
Indeed. Well, don't let us keep you. We'll, see that everything is transported safely back to the hideaway.
All right. I'll let Mid know you're on your way.
А, делов-то, оказывается. Так, хорош. Все. Миссия выполнена. Конечно, можно было бы сходить за побочкой туда. Но мне интересно, если успею, конечно, понять, что мы сейчас получим. Корабль или что? Потому что на чертеже она корабль стоит. А по факту? И как мы будем на нем плавать? И все ли мы будем на нем плавать, вот непонятно. Кстати, внизу сундук. А я не знал. Надо будет зайти туда. Так, там еще остался один компонент, и в принципе мы завершим цепочку кустов с ней. Это сейчас был второй этап.
Helena has recovered the material for the helm. She'll be along shortly.
Excellent. Another job well done.
And just one remaining.
Right. Right, the shielding. This one's a bit of a bugger.
How so?
The plating's enough to stop the engines going pop, but those things will still be spitting out enough fire to set the rest of the ship ablaze. Which is why you need proper shielding. A prison for the dragon's breath that's blazing away inside. I thought a triple thick layer of tempered steel might do it. Or more of the stuff that the Fallen use, but they'd both be too heavy. The helm and the plating are bulky enough as it is. Add any more weight and the whole ship would be at the bottom of the briny before we'd even started. I need something light. But I've racked my brains and I just can't think what would do it.
Well, if I were in need of obscure knowledge, I know whose counsel I would seek. Hippocrates.
Tomes? Yeah, well, I'd thought of that, obviously. I've got all the details written down here. Can you take this to him, see what he makes of it?
Right away.
Блин, вот же мелкая гадина. Пошли. Пошли отнесем, ну ё-моё. Арфакрат — это тот старик, который у нас в книжках ковыряется, сидит. Кстати, погоди. Дай-ка мне на стену взглянуть. А, вот же он. Ну точно. Чисто случайно на него наткнулся. Но цена за него такое себе. Вот этот был самый дорогой, кстати говоря, прям. А, нет, вот это самый дорогой. Разрушитель миров. Где-то надо его искать. По описанию, по идее, его надо искать. То есть, в принципе, ориентируешься, читаешь текст, открываешь карту, летишь в условленное место описанное, и там ищешь его приблизительно по вот описанию из текста. Ну, вот этого черта я на дороге чисто встретил случайно. Так, ну рассказывай.
Hippocrates, do you have a moment?
For you, Clive, always.
Well, actually, it's for Mid this time. Could you take a look at this?
Shielding for a mithril
engine? Whatever will that girl think of next? And what are these notes around the edges?
She has some specific requirements for the materials. The shielding needs to be able to resist extreme heat on the inside, and yet remain cool enough on the outside not to set the ship alight, while also being light enough not to sink it. As you can imagine, she's struggling to find anything that meets her needs.
I see.
I wondered if you might know of a solution, or if you might be able to search the records for one.
Perhaps it is not a different material she requires, but a different approach.
What do you mean?
Consider the lake we have made our home. Its blighted waters eat away far more quickly than fresh water or even brine, at timber and steel alike. And yet, we have made a home here from those very materials nonetheless.
We have. But Bardolph must varnish every board twice over to keep it from rotting. And Obolus complains that without a constant supply of pitch. I see.
Early Gregorian histories speak of a preparation known as moon dew. It is said to be able to resist even the most ferocious flames. Before the dragoons tamed the worms and wyverns of the realm, nobles would daub their castle walls with it in order to guard against dragon fire.
So if we could recreate it...
It might be applied to some material or other in order to provide the protection it requires. As to how best to apply it and to what material, perhaps Bardolph and Obolus might be of assistance. I shall speak to them and see what wisdom they might have to offer. If you would be so kind as to procure the necessary ingredients, I shall discuss the specifics of how it might be most effectively put to use with our two friends. The knowledge of the past may yet prove useful to we of the modern era.
Thank you, Hippocrates. And since you're asking others to help you, perhaps I should too.
А, теперь у нас подруги будут тут, ага.
So you need a hand, do you?
We do. I'll be heading to market for the ingredients we need. I could do with some help. And some company too.
The other can assist me in researching how best to prepare the shielding itself.
Can we count on your aid?
Always. Well, if Jill's game.
Thank you.
I am sure either of these fine young minds would prove indispensable in my research. I leave the decision as to who will go with whom in your capable hands, Clive.
Так, не понял. А, надо ж выбрать кого-то, точно.
So, Clive, have you made your decision? Who will accompany you on your little excursion?
Да понятно кто.
Very well. So then, what do we need to find?
А то мы давно уже вместе никуда не ходили.
Preparing a list. Here.
Ну, в смысле, она слегла там,
Chocobo eggs.
и мы все с волком бегали
Are you sure this list is right?
в напарниках.
Everything on here seems very edible. I would have thought the ingredients would be a little more exotic.
Though these items may seem mundane, they have potent effects that are rarely exploited, effects for which they were once highly prized. So much so, in fact, that they were harvested almost to extinction, hence moon dews having fallen from favor. Now, of course, they can be obtained with ease. You should be able to find everything you need at the market in Northreach.
Is that so? I've been meaning to visit Northreach anyway. I'll set out now. Join me there when you're ready.
I will. Until then.
You two enjoy yourselves.
You too, Talia.
Так, ну... Погнали. Только я не понял, на что надо просто купить это. Странно. По-любому так просто не будет.
Now, where's Jill?
Так. Доберитесь до рынка. Сделано. Теперь надо ее найти. Это в ту сторону? Нет, это не в ту сторону. Ага. Погоди, не понял. А, вот же.
Are those Pepio nuts? Can never tell.
How goes the hunt for ingredients?
I've only just started. I'm sure everything we need is somewhere amongst all these stalls, though. Why don't we split up and see? We'll take a couple of ingredients each.
All right. What am I looking for?
How about you look for the Pepio nuts and some garlic? I'll find the other things we need. We can meet by the gate when we're finished.
Вроде какую-то смесь огнезащитную делает. А речь идет про чеснок и ореховую смесь. Что-то я не понял. Очень странно. Очень странно.
What can I interest you in today?
Так, чеснок.
Ah, yes.
Yes, yes.
Oi, don't touch anything. And good riddance.
That's everything.
Так, ну я готов.
See how Jill's getting on.
Фига там набрала с собой, что ли, тут?
Did you find everything?
I did. Here.
Как говорится, сходили в магазин за покупками.
Pepio nuts. Perfect. Now all that remains is for Harpocrates to somehow turn all this into what Mid needs to keep her engine cool. But before we head back, would you walk with me a while?
Да, у меня без вариантов тут.
Thank you for asking me to help you today. It makes a nice change.
It does. It's good to get away from all the battle and bloodshed for once. Just being here reminds me of when we were children. Do you remember? Walking down Market Street in Rosalith, taking in the sights and smells.
How could I forget? What with Torgal's antics. Remember how his nose would prick up at the scent of sausages? He'd go racing away and we'd have to go running after him. We wouldn't catch you now, would we, boy?
Was there anything you wanted to buy for yourself while we're here?
There was, yes. Well, sort of. Molly in the kitchens told me about a place that sells particularly good pies. Thought you might like to share one with me.
I would. Thank you.
And I saw some bread. Big white cobs like the baker back in Rosalith used to make. What do you think? I thought we might get some soup to dip it in. But then I tried a slice of the butcher's dry-cured ham and it was just... oh.
You all right?
Sorry. It's just... you're right. I really do feel like a child again being here with you. Clive. Is it wrong of me to enjoy this?
No, Jill. This is how life should be. And it's how our lives will be when our work is finally done. When we can live on our own terms.
I hope so. Thank you, Clive. Well, I suppose we better be getting back. I need to give these ingredients to Harpocrates and Talia. I'll see you at the hideaway.
Take care.
I will. You too.
Так, погоди, ну кто-то ж... Она что, с собой забрала ящик с припасами? Она молодец. Так, собственно говоря... Так, как тут, я уж не помню. А хрен с ним. Хотел отдалить карту, но я не помню, как масштаб менять. Так, ну мы закончили или нет? Вот это третий компонент уже. Давайте мы это сейчас дожмем. Я надеюсь. Так, с кем поговорить? Архив. Только тебе говорим, что мне еще надо за этой росой идти.
How's work on the shielding progressing, Hippocrates?
Well, very well indeed. And thanks in no small part to your kind assistance. I was just explaining to Tarja how we might best go about preparing the moon dew. And now that we have all the ingredients, we may begin.
You can count on me. I've mixed more than a few mysterious concoctions in my time.
I'm sure you have. What about the shielding itself?
Work is underway, under the watchful eyes of Bardolph and Obolus.
Apparently, it'll be ready soon.
Thank you. All of you.
Right then. Jill, would you join me in the infirmary? Many hands make light work and all that.
Of course. Oh, and Clive, thank you. It was nice just being with you.
It appears our work here is almost at an end. A shame. I was enjoying playing the man of action for once. When both the shielding and the moon dew are ready, it will merely be a matter of applying the one to the other. Follow testing and retesting, of course. Perhaps someone ought to warn young Mid of that.
Leave it to me.
Только надо понять. Корабль где? Ну, нанесем мы жидкость эту. А сам корабль где? Непонятно.
Well, I'd better go and give Mid the good news then.
Так, вернитесь к Мид. Ну, пойдем сдаваться. Последнее, как говорится, уже действие. Но корабля я не вижу даже тут, даже намека нет. Она говорила про то, что там где-то на какой-то верфи что-то строится, но хрен его знает. Когда они успели такой корабль ей тут грохать, мне непонятно. И, кстати говоря, насчет того двигателя, его же надо делать прямо на корабле. Его же не вынесешь откуда-нибудь.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Mid. But you'll be pleased to know that work on the shielding is underway.
You found something for it?
In a manner of speaking, Hippocrates knew of a substance that's highly resistant to heat. A coating that should provide the protection you need. He's supervising the construction and testing of the shielding as we speak.
Brilliant! I knew you wouldn't let me down.
Don't thank me. I'm just the errand boy.
Right then, better start working out how to bolt all these bits together. To the Black Hammer!
Вот это интересно. Давай. Покажи мне. Чего ты, господи?
You know, when I got into the smithing game, I thought I'd be making swords and shields, not thermal bleeding didgeridoo-dahs.
Displacement stacks.
Same difference. Whatever you call it, I ain't putting it together in here. It's cramped enough as it is. Let's take this outside. Mid, you get all the parts lined up on the deck. I'll take care of the rest.
On my way.
Oh, and bring me the biggest salmon you can find. This is gonna require some precision walloping.
Ох уж эти... Я просто вспоминаю этот Forspoken, где черный экран, и потом вы погладили овцу за кадром. И вот тут то же самое. Что-то шкряп, стук. Ой, блин, финалка. Ты, конечно, меня прям поражаешь. Что это такое?
It's finished. It's finally finished.
А, это ее изобретение. Боже мой. Ладно.
I'll be feeling my hammer arm for weeks.
Thank you, Clive, Blackthorn, everyone. That's one down and just 3 more to go.
I'm sorry.
Осталось 3.
Oh, didn't I tell you? The Enterprise has 4 mithril engines, and we'll be needing a displacement stack for each.
You don't.
Нет.
Don't worry. Now they've got a finished one to work off. My gang in Canva can build the rest.
Good luck to them, I say. Right, I'm off to get a sling for this elbow. Any other work comes in, keep it to yourselves, eh?
What's the matter?
Nothing. Just daydreaming. Thinking about the Enterprise sailing off over the horizon to shores unknown, searching for a land untouched by the blight, just like me and my dad planned. So if the worst came to the worst and every scrap of soil in the twins turned black, we might still have a chance. That's what she was meant to be. You see, one last chance just in case we needed it. But now she's so close to being finished, I've realized I don't want her to be that. I don't want her to be just a lifeboat for us to cling to if things get desperate. I want people to sail aboard her by choice, not from the lack of it. In a world where we're not just trying to survive, but where we can actually live.
I'm working on that. And I'll do everything I can to get you what you want.
Don't you always? All right. My mind's made up. As soon as the Enterprise is fit to sail, I'm putting her under your command. Sod our plans, I'm trusting in yours.
Are you sure about this?
Something tells me it's what my dad would have wanted.
He'd be proud of you.
You were gonna visit his grave, weren't you?
I was. And you can come too now that your little project is finished.
Right. There's just one thing I need to finish up first. Won't be a mo.
All right. I'll let Otto know you're coming. Meet us in the mess when you're ready.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Так, ну наконец-то. Цепочка квестов. Что такое? Поблизости доступны побочные задания. В смысле? Ага, вижу. В общем, наконец-то мы закончили. Надо, кстати, сохранить прогресс. Ну, в смысле, закончили ей строить вот эту вот ее байду. Так, подожди, как? Ага, все. Так, сохранимся вот сюда. Хорош, 33 уровень, это прям мощно. Вот, продолжим в следующей серии. Будем идти с ней на могилу к отцу. Я так понимаю, к его отцу. И к ее отцу. Или к ее только отцу, а к его типа родственнику, что ли. В общем, узнаем в следующем прохождении. Вот. Всем хорошего вечера, ночи. Всем пока.
Take Joshua and get to safety.
I'm not going without you.
I'm going to hold the enemy here while you make your escape.
Your Highness! Run! No! Clive! Joshua!
Revenge is a weapon. I sometimes wonder if I am controlling it, or if it's controlling